Life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time. Life support capsule is now available. When you need it, extraction is ready.
say that obese people can't lose weight because they don't have time privilege like all of the thin privileged people do. And now we have health privilege. These people are just going to add the word privilege to everything to discredit anyone who works hard and is disciplined, just like they add ist and phobe to every word to call everyone bigots. Anyway, this is 44-year-old Dr. Asher Larmy. That's right, I said Dr. Asher Larmy. And it's not doctor as in PhD, it's doctor as in MD or medical doctor. Dr. Asher Larmy is a general practitioner who tells obese followers to not lose weight because it's dangerous.
If you're a yo-yo dieter, stop scrolling. Here's a fun fact for you. It takes 5 times the energy deficit to lose a kilogram of fat than it does to lose a kilogram of lean mass. Think about that for a moment. When you start a diet, your body starts to lose lean mass, that's water mass, muscle mass, etc., etc. Why? Because it requires far less of an energy deficit. So of course, that's the first thing that's going to go.
Based on what study? Also, pay attention because in a second, Dr. Asher is going to conflate loss of water with loss of muscle mass to make people think that every time they're losing a kilo of fat mass, they're losing 1 to 5 kilos of muscle mass, which is insane.
But then you'll get to a point where your body's like, we cannot afford to lose any more muscle. This is a disaster. And at that point in time, that's when you start losing fat mass.
Okay, this person literally knows nothing about weight loss and exercise. That makes sense, to be honest. But how much are you starving yourself if you're losing a deathly amount of muscle? Because it is possible to retain muscle mass while dieting. If it wasn't, lean bodybuilders wouldn't exist. Not to mention that it's also possible to gain muscle while you lose weight, especially if you are a beginner weightlifter, which probably describes everyone that Dr. Asher is talking to. Now, Asher Larmy, as a doctor, might not be a fan of showing evidence for literally any of the claims that she makes. However, if you want to retain as much muscle mass as possible, or possibly gain muscle mass while you're in a calorie deficit, then you need to eat an adequate amount of protein and maintain an exercise routine. This is like basic bro science that you learn on your first day of lifting.
Since it requires 5 times the calorie deficit, you'll notice that the weight loss plateaus. Eventually, you'll hit a point where you simply can't go any further. That's because your body has been panicking for the last few weeks and months and has got to the point where it said, no, no more, you cannot lose any more weight. And that's why you start regaining the weight again. It's just that simple. It's science. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Actually, it's probably more like they gain the weight back because they're addicts and they're relapsing back into their old behaviors when they get tired of the diet. But also, again, what science? I mean, this is super unprofessional. I've watched a lot of Dr. Asher's content, and I've yet to see a study for any of the claims that she makes. Now, you may or may not agree with the studies that I have posted, but at least I've shown you something so that you have the opportunity to fact-check and criticize my statements. As for our doctor friend here, from a professional standpoint, this is lying, and as a medical practitioner, she should know better. In research, never showing the source material of your claims is considered to be highly dishonest behavior, and in college, they will fail you for doing that. I bring this up because we live in an information-based society where right and wrong information makes a huge difference in whether a person will be successful or not. In fact, to randomly bring up politics, information is one of our biggest hedges against tyranny and abuse because abusive people love to restrict the flow of information. Because of how important good information is, I think the whole health privilege bit from Dr. Asher is ironic because she treats her audience like they're stupid by denying them the biggest privilege on the planet, which is information, and the evidence that her statements have been fact-checked and are accurate. Because not making sure that you have information that is at least somewhat accurate is just going to lead you down a path of failure that could very well waste a number of important years of your life. Also in this case, it could lead you into a whole slew of health problems that you could have prevented if you had the right knowledge. Alright, back to what I was saying about how important information accuracy is and how much of a negative effect the wrong information can have on a person. Shockingly, Dr. Asher didn't always say stuff like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting topic, isn't it? This idea that weight loss is a good thing. Actually, most of the evidence out there shows that weight loss is actually not good for our health. In fact, if you want to pretty much guarantee that you're going to be heavier 5 years from now, the best thing that you can do is go on a diet, because that's actually the greatest predictor of weight gain, is going on a diet. The weight loss industry is going to try and convince you that I'm wrong, because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that actually most people, when they go on a diet, actually end up gaining weight over 5 years.
That has to be one of the most dishonest interpretations of statistics that I've ever heard. Saying that dieting causes weight gain because a bunch of food addicts didn't get proper treatment for their eating disorder. How do you know that those people wouldn't have gotten to that weight anyway, or even gained more weight? Is there a study that tests weight gain after 5 years with dieters versus non-dieters? But as I said, this wasn't always the narrative that Dr. Asher promoted. In fact, just a little while before that clip, she was openly talking about how she wanted to lose weight.
About a month ago, I started trying to lose weight. I am on a mission to lose 40 kilograms in the next year. I believe in weight loss the hard way. I don't think it's meant to be easy, because I don't think anything worth doing ever is.
That clip was brought to you by the courtesy of a video from 2 years ago, made by a YouTuber with a last name that I couldn't figure out how to pronounce. Sorry, Kiana, but a ton of the older videos of Dr. Asher Larmy have been deleted. Judging by this post from her Instagram, I imagine that these videos were deleted because her old accounts were banned. But isn't it so weird that she formerly was pretty actively trying to lose weight, and not just out of vanity, but more specifically because she said that being obese is bad for your health.
Obesity is a problem for a lot of reasons. Obesity predisposes you to diabetes, it predisposes you to heart disease, it predisposes you to cancer, it predisposes you to arthritis. I could go on, but you get the picture. The most effective, safe, and healthy way for people to lose weight is to eat less and exercise more. If you eat less, you exercise more, you will lose weight. So I need to do whatever I can to minimize my risk. And because I am so overweight, I am far more likely to die of complications from COVID as people with a normal weight. And so COVID has done to me a lot of things, but one of the things it's made me do is stop and think about what I'm doing to myself and forcing me to take action.
On top of this, Dr. Asher stated in an article that her goal was to become a world-famous weight loss doctor. So how did we get such a radical shift where she not only quits her weight loss journey, but completely 180s to denounce everything she's been taught and has preached for the past 15 plus years as a med student and as a doctor? Well, fortunately, she actually addresses that in this interview here. Here's Dr. Asher talking about her mental state during her last diet.
And then I have to remind myself, but I tried, and 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 it made me really miserable. And it brought me to the place of deep depression, of suicidal ideation, of actual failed attempts at unaliving myself.
I've said it before in other videos, and I'll say it again in this one. A ton of people become obese because their addiction to food is actually keeping them alive. A lot of people engage in addiction because it numbs their depressive thoughts. In the most technical sense, they're doing it because they have a life-threatening illness called chronic depression, and the addiction acts as a treatment for that. So when Dr. Asher began dieting, her coping mechanism for suicidal thoughts went away, and I'm guessing that she didn't seek out professional treatment for it, so she got overwhelmed by the depression. Also, I cannot stress this enough. Obese people, especially ones that are Dr. Asher's size, are food addicts. There's even more proof that Dr. Asher is suffering from food addiction, as she describes having using dreams when she went on her diet.
A friend of mine told me the other day that she keeps dreaming about food. And I was like, oh my gosh, I do that too. I definitely did it right at the beginning when I first started on this journey of weight loss. I was totally dreaming about food all the time. And you know how you wake up and you think that your dream is real, and then you realise it's not real, and you're just like, oh man, I could have really done with that burger. That's where I'm at the moment.
From everything I've seen in my research on her, I'm guessing that Dr. Asher knows absolutely nothing about addiction, because using dreams are very common when people suffer with things like drug and alcohol abuse when they try to get sober. Basically, your brain will have you dream about breaking your sobriety over and over, which can be quite distressful for recently sober people, as they might spend multiple nights a week dreaming about being drug addicts again. Fortunately, these tend to go away after prolonged sobriety, But the point is that basically Dr. Asher wants to lose weight, but she can't because she's not treating the addiction.
I have tried every diet known to man. And by diet, I mean I've tried calorie restriction, I've tried cutting out carbs, I've had that gym membership, I've done all the things that I'm supposed to do. And I'm desperate to lose weight, and it's still not working.
Yeah, it's not working because you need to treat the addiction, which would involve something around figuring out different coping mechanisms for the suicidal thoughts, and discovering things in your life that are making your mental health worse, like debt or bad family relationships, and working to resolve those issues so that you don't have to binge on chocolate because you had a bad argument with your husband or because your kids aren't listening to you. Then you need some sort of positive relationship with a friend or a therapist or a community like 12-Step to speak with about the addiction, as well as reading really good books like Atomic Habits so that you can learn how to develop behaviors that prevent you from constantly wanting to eat. That is how you actually lose weight if you keep failing on your diets and can't maintain a calorie deficit. Anyway, I still haven't fully addressed why Dr. Asher changed. During the time that she was on her last weight loss journey, she couldn't use food to cope, so she went through a very depressive phase. And during that very vulnerable moment, she was approached by fat activists like Aubrey Gordon, Jessamyn Stanley, and Regan Chastain.
One of the people that you really need to talk to is Regan Chastain. She works over in the States, and she is where I get a lot of my, she's the one that shares the studies with me.
Regan Chastain is your source for data? You mean the girl who told everyone she was a triathlete who was going to do an Ironman, but had to cheat to finish a 5K? Aubrey Gordon is that woman that I covered during the Illymation drama. She's a fat activist who runs a health topics podcast, despite having no background in health or biological sciences, and despite having no idea how to read research. And she made this documentary where she lies to people about how healthy she eats. Then you have Jessamyn Stanley. If you don't remember her, she's from the Cosmo magazine cover that says, "This is healthy." She's also pretty openly racist. I just thought I would mention that. Now, remember that video that I did on Jessamyn Stanley called "This is a Cult"? Well, these activists certainly aren't beating the cult allegations with this one. These are literal cult tactics. They took advantage of a person who was severely depressed and indoctrinated her into believing an ideology that is not only based on no research, but actually runs counter to a mountain of evidence saying that obesity is bad for you. Asher Larmy went from talking about trying to lose weight to talking about privilege and bringing up the wage gap like a decade after it became a dead narrative.
The fact that, statistically speaking, there is, for example, a wage gap, and there's proper evidence that fat people are far less likely to be employed, promoted, and all of these things.
Are they ever going to shut up about this? Nobody is forcing you to be fat. You can just lose the weight if you think it's costing you money. Unlike your skin color, you can change your weight. And let's be clear, we have yet to see this person, Dr. Asher Larmy, show any data of her claims, so I'm not sure what research Regan Chastain is sharing with her that caused her to say this.
I think it's very obvious that people who have a completely different lifestyle to me are going to have very different body composition to me. But it's because they have a different lifestyle to me, and I can't change my lifestyle.
Okay, so Asher has completely given up. Anyone can change their lifestyle. So it's not that you can't change it, it's that you don't want to change it. And right after this, she promotes a hedonistic lifestyle that will most certainly make people unhappy.
Society tells you your blood pressure, your cholesterol, these are things you need to prioritize. Whereas I would argue, maybe you might want to spend what little time, energy, and reserves you have on having fun, going out and having a blast. Will that make you thinner? Definitely not. But will it improve your overall health? Maybe, because it might be helping your mental and emotional and social health.
Sure, that will make you happy in the moment, but in the long term, not only will you have a shorter lifespan, but your quality of life as you age will get much worse than a fit person's, as you have difficulty doing simple things like walking up a flight of stairs, or when you get osteoarthritis, or when you get heart disease or diabetes. Actually, guess who now has diabetes?
One of the horrible things that's happened to me after my type 2 diagnosis is the impact it had on my relationship with food and movement. And It's taken me a really long time to realise that I can still eat intuitively and manage my type 2 diabetes. And that's not easy when people are trying to give you drugs that suppress your appetite, or people are telling you that what you eat absolutely controls your blood sugar levels. But I got there, and I want that for you too.
Holy crap, that was bad advice. I mean, she's full on into the I don't give a shit about my health mindset.
Not only have I chosen to remain fat and happy instead of thin and miserable, but I also don't care if it puts me at high risk of heart disease and diabetes. See, I'd actually rather get diabetes than be miserable. My body, my choice.
So thanks to the likes of Regan Chastain, Jessamine Stanley, and Aubrey Gordon, instead of taking care of her health, Dr. Asher has decided to give up and get a very severe illness called diabetes that puts you at risk for a ton of other health issues. Or alternatively, Asher was tired of being a real doctor, got burnt out, and these people taught her how to grift.
I went into medicine to help people. It wasn't for the status. It wasn't because my parents were doctors. It wasn't for any other reason than I really wanted to help people. And the moment I realised I lack the ability to feel any compassion anymore, I'm listening, and all I'm thinking is, how do I get through this to the next patient? I realised it wasn't safe to be around patients, because that's not what you want from a doctor. You don't want your doctor to not care. And so I took myself away, and I've been off with burnout now for over 2 years, and have been doing a bit of activism. And this is how I've got into medical weight stigma and all of this with, education and activism that I'm doing.
Yeah, so I wouldn't put this being an intentional grift past Dr. Asher. Lots of internet personalities are immoral assholes, especially activists.
Being an activist is totally gay.
I mean, if it wasn't a grift, she would be way more transparent about where she sources her data so people can criticize it. But of course, she doesn't do that because it would lead to people being able to point out numerous flaws in her source material. So instead, she's preying on people who are ideologically possessed or don't have critical thinking skills.
This is not a reasonable person that you can explain anything to them. You can't go and just tell them, oh, this isn't true because of this reason. This person doesn't think logically. They don't arrive at facts based off of evidence. They make their opinion up before they see what happens, and then they look for evidence to reinforce their opinion.
So I got really curious and tried to give Dr. Asher the benefit of the doubt with extreme amounts of generosity. I noticed that she has a website where she sells paywalled masterclass courses. Now, as a creator, I thought, well, her Instagram content is garbage and devoid of any useful information, so I know this paywalled content is going to be a complete waste of money. But then I thought about this situation as a viewer, and as a viewer, I would want to see what's behind that paywall. So for the sake of the viewer, I wasted about $150 American on Dr. Asher Larmu's overpriced masterclasses and spent multiple hours watching them. Here's what I found. This is a class I watched about high blood pressure, and holy shit, after 3 days of researching this person, we finally have a study to look at. On screen, we can see these pretty big decreases in blood pressure in the experimental group compared to the control group. Just a little refresher for people who don't read a lot of research. The control group is the group that does not receive the intervention being given in the study, and the experimental group does. In this study, we have 3 different interventions. One group changed their diet, one group did an exercise routine, and one group did diet and exercise. Blood pressure is separated into systolic pressure, which is the number that you see on the top, and diastolic pressure, which is the number that you see on the bottom. Without getting too much into the details, the standard good blood pressure is roughly 120/80 millimeters of mercury. High blood pressure is going to be like 140/90. Now, when we look at the diet and exercise group, we can see that people lowered their systolic blood pressure by as much as 20 millimeters of mercury, which is a huge deal. You can also see that in the systolic blood pressure category, they had a p-value that was much lower than 0.05, so it's statistically significant, which means that the numbers they got in this part of the study are unlikely to be due to random chance. So with all that being the case, how can you say that diet and exercise don't have a positive impact on your health? That seems like a borderline insane claim based on the data that you've shown. Well, Dr. Asher's whole claim on why diet and exercise don't improve your health is because this study showed that the improvements were not maintained over time. And so you can see that the chart at the bottom shows that at 12 months, basically every group lost ground, and the systolic blood pressure data was no longer statistically significant. Now, you would think that Dr. Asher, as a seeker of truth, would deep dive into the methodology or use some sort of critical thinking skills to say why the results at 12 months were worse than the first 6 months. Nope, she just said it's because diet and exercise don't work and can't fix your health.
As a doctor, I don't have time to read through a 100-page bit of information, right? I'm looking at the front sheet, the summary, the bullet points, the bits in the boxes. You know, like any other person, I am looking at the bite-sized version, the social media version almost. And sometimes, actually, I hate to say it, but sometimes it is the social media version. Sometimes it is the tweet about the study that I read because I don't have time to go and read the study. There are hundreds of studies. Who has time to read them all?
Yeah, I can tell that you're basing a lot of your info on tweets about a study instead of an actual study, because during interviews, you can't readily cite where your information comes from. And I mean, how lazy is this shit? Most studies are nowhere near 100 pages, and most of the studies that I read for this video took about 30 minutes each to read. Not to mention that during the time of that last clip and the masterclass, Dr. Asher describes herself as a stay-at-home doctor, which means she should have more than enough time to read the full text of the studies herself. But don't worry, because I'm not lazy and I actually read the study, and I have to say that the most likely answer for why a lot of the participants didn't maintain their 6-month results is because they fell off the program. You can see on this chart here that they regained weight. So the failure is not because weight loss doesn't make you healthier, it is instead an issue of motivation and discipline. There are more things about this study that I want to talk about, but I'd rather move on instead of spending 15 minutes on this one thing. However, it is uncanny how a medical doctor who is charging people for this information would go straight into confirmation bias, only choose an interpretation of this study that's in her favor, and discuss no other blatantly obvious possibilities.
You have to understand how people behave. And you have to understand what people think. Yes, once you understand that most of people's opinions that they have are to make themselves feel better, not necessarily, or to reaffirm a worldview that makes them be the person who they want to be. Once you understand that, it's much easier to understand everything else.
The rest of this talk was an uneventful waste of time. Oh look, this class is so boring that they had to give you an achievement for finishing it. Now before we get into the next masterclass, I do want to point out that a ton of Asher's narrative is based on what she calls weight cycling. I'll just let her explain it.
When you lose weight, chances are you're going to regain it. Up to two-thirds of people actually end up heavier than when they first started. But whether or not you end up heavier or whatever, you're restoring the weight. So what's happening is your weight is fluctuating. And we call this weight cycling. We know from studies that weight cycling increases blood pressure. We know that weight cycling damages your heart in the long term and your circulatory system. And we know that the more you weight cycle, the larger the weight cycle, the greater the negative impact on the cardiovascular system.
So not only does it not improve the health of an obese person when they try to lose weight, but she's also saying that if you successfully lose the weight but then fail to keep it off, then trying to diet again will damage your health, and damage it significantly enough to outweigh the negative effects of being a morbidly obese person. So this is a pretty big claim. Now surely if Dr. Asher was going to say that trying to lose weight, failing, and then trying again causes heart disease, she would have some data to back that claim up, right? Nope. So this means that not only is she telling people that obesity does not harm your health, which is not true, she's also telling people that trying to get healthy will severely damage your cardiovascular system, as well as a number of other things, because this weight cycling narrative is something that she regularly repeats and has not once provided evidence for, which is borderline criminally dishonest behavior for a doctor. She should be citing her sources basically all the time, particularly if she had the time to make a PowerPoint slide for her claims. Alright, the next course is on type 2 diabetes. Oh wait, it looks like you have to look at a disclaimer before you can take the class. It says, fat is a neutral word that describes higher weight individuals. For fuck's sake, 8 syllables to substitute for a 1-syllable word. George Carlin is rolling in his grave right now with how long this euphemism is for fat people. Moving on, BMI is a racist and inaccurate measure of health that has been used as a tool of oppression over the fat community for decades. Okay, just say that everyone finds you annoying at parties. That would have been fewer words. Anyway, I'm going to ignore everything else and click continue. Getting into the video, let's talk about what causes diabetes. I'm sure that we won't see any totally insane claims during this presentation. How about we look at this slide here? It says that chronic stress causes type 2 diabetes. Fat stigma often generates chronic stress. You've got to be fucking kidding me. In this slide she wrote up, she's saying that telling people to lose weight and systemic judgment of obese people causes them to develop diabetes. I facepalmed so hard after reading that I almost gave myself brain damage. In this next slide, she talks about a study that she uses to claim that weight loss has no effect on type 2 diabetes because participants weren't able to maintain long-term results. So this is missing some context. Dr. Asher doesn't link the source for this, but I believe I found the study anyway. Basically what they did was put participants on an 800 calorie per day shake diet for a few months, which is great because 800 calories is a starvation/crash diet. Crash dieting tends to have terrible success long term, so that's problem number one. The study doesn't have a sustainable weight loss model, and they picked a model that's so rigorous that participants are likely to give up or cheat. And it looks like they did do that because only a handful of them lost 15 kilograms or more, when basically all of them should have lost that with a calorie deficit that high. Anyway, after the shake diet, they got the subjects used to eating solid foods again for a few weeks and had them go on a maintenance phase for the rest of the study. Now, looking at these charts, you can literally see the odds of type 2 diabetes remission rates going up the more people lose weight, with people who lost 15 kilograms or more having a remission rate of 86% at 1 year, which dropped to 70% at 2 years. And if you look at this chart here, you can see that everyone regained weight after 2 years. So what a shock their remission rates went down during that time period. They gained the weight back. I don't see how Dr. Asher could say that obesity is not causing this problem after looking at this study. But wait, technically that wasn't her argument. Her argument was that saying that obesity is the cause of type 2 diabetes is pointless because people can't maintain the weight loss long term. Well, let's see what the long-term interventions were. Spoilers, they weren't that great. If participants gained back more than 4 kg or 9 pounds during the maintenance phase, they were offered to go back on a shake diet for 1 month with the option to take a weight loss drug. And if they wanted, they could go see a dietitian once a month for 30 minutes. So basically, in terms of addiction, their solution to long-term maintenance was another detox period, which in terms of sobriety is the easy part. The hard part is staying away from the addictive substance for a long period of time or forever. So they offered them another detox period, followed by offering them an appointment where a dietitian tells them to not eat chocolate. That's not going to work. They already know that candy bars are bad for them. You need to actually treat them for addiction, or they're just going to keep relapsing and gaining the weight back, which, like I said before, means you teach them behavior modification tactics from books like Atomic Habits, and also help them build a community and relationships with people who they can talk to about their addiction, like 12-Step does. And if you're 50 to 100 pounds or more overweight, maybe go on a program that's not a crash diet. Maybe instead, do a 300 to 500 calorie daily deficit mixed with exercise for a 3-month period, followed by a 1 to 2 month break period where you just practice maintaining your weight. Ideally, you lose about 15 to 25 pounds per diet phase, so if you gain a pound or two back during your maintenance phase, it's not that big of a deal because you can easily lose that when you go back on your diet and still be losing weight overall. You should pretty easily be able to lose 50 pounds or more on this diet per year. Yes, that means it will take a long time if you have like 150 to 200 pounds to lose. However, if you crash diet, it'll take even longer because you'll keep having to start over. Or worse, you'll give up and stop trying because you aren't making any progress. But more importantly, what this study certainly does not give evidence for is Asher's claim that being obese does not negatively affect your health. It clearly shows that it does harm your health. Anyway, the rest of this video was pretty unhelpful. The sum of Asher's advice was basically lower your stress and don't check your blood sugar after every meal because the testing companies are just trying to scam you out of money. She didn't really give much advice on managing blood sugars at all. How are you a doctor when your presentation contains such low information density when it comes to things that are useful to people who aren't educated in your field? Wait, oh no, what's this? Apparently a woman named Deanne Jade filed a complaint to the General Medical Council against Asher Larmy. It quotes Asher saying, "I don't give a shit for my medical license and will put it up for sale on eBay." Followed by Deanne saying, "I'm sorry that this is anecdotal and I have no screenshot because I'm blocked. Someone tell this boomer to get a second account like everyone else." Deanne goes on to say that Asher is a poor representative of general practitioners and cites the interview that I showed earlier where Asher talks about health privilege. So this kind of sounds bad for our friend Asher Larmy. In a follow-up email, it says that the General Medical Council have agreed to submit Asher for a review and agree that her behavior is serious and undermines public confidence in the medical profession. Then let's see, we have some racist social media posts. One of them says, "My dog gets anxious around white people and so do I." And, "If you're a cishet white man that is, I dislike your species as a general rule, and you gotta work real damn hard to get into my good books." Okay, that was pretty bigoted. The next message says that Asher got a warning on her license. After that, Asher proceeds to rage quit the medical industry instead of dealing with the warning and says, "Now I'm free to practice the kind of healing that I was born to practice, to be my authentic self without fear of the repercussions, and to continue to speak for those who are oppressed." I kind of doubt that this was a big mic drop moment for Asher, because in this interview here, she said that she was already checking out as a doctor anyway, and didn't care about her patients because it was too much work. Now, personally, in terms of her license, I couldn't care less about the racist, sexist, and cisphobic tweets. I mean, I'm not going to be your patient if you're saying things like that, but I believe in free speech, so I don't think merely saying offensive things on the internet should remove your ability to legally practice your profession, provided that you aren't hurting anybody. But when a doctor does something along the lines of recommending that all of her patients binge drink alcohol to improve their health, which effectively is what Asher has done by telling people to not restrict their eating, it's not okay. And on top of that, with no evidence provided, she says that not only does being fat not cause health problems, but chronic stress from mean comments and things like restricting calories will give you diabetes, and making multiple attempts to lose weight causes heart disease. Because of these actions, I think she should absolutely lose her license to treat patients. I'm also concerned when Asher says stuff like this.
Black Lives Matter was a classic example. A lot of people went, well, why did Black Lives Matter and not other lives matter as well? Because we have to swing in the other way, just to sort of bring us into the middle eventually. Like for justice and equity and all of these things to happen, sometimes we have to go in the absolute opposite direction. And I think sometimes I say things that may seem almost too extreme. And you know, people say, oh, Asher's an extremist. And I probably am, but extremism and violence is sometimes the only way to shift the narrative.
To be clear, Asher was saying this to kind of justify the summer of 2020 riots, where legacy media established that you could be immune to catching COVID if you participated in nationwide riots for a BLM cause that they politically agree with, that ironically burned down a lot of black communities and a lot of black businesses. Now, getting back to the whole bad information argument, in this situation, the reason that bad information is so harmful is because it's my belief that, for the most part, people only have so many attempts at self-improvement before they become stressed out and give up.
If people say, well, you lack the willpower, I'm like, mate, it was not easy for me to get to where I was in medical school. It wasn't like it was a piece of cake. I do have willpower. I have the ability to stick at things. It's not worked, and I'm not unique. This is happening to everybody basically around the world. You've got to ask yourself, if it's really not working, and we've tried everything and it's not working, why are we still doing it?
Ideally, you fail and fail and fail until you finally succeed. That tends to be how we get most of the cool stuff in society, like blue LED lights. I had no idea how difficult it was to invent the technology behind color-changing light bulbs and modern TVs until I watched this video. Scientists said that was impossible for decades, but one Japanese guy, and if you're a cis-het white man, that is, I dislike your species as a general rule, and you gotta work real damn hard to get into my good books. Okay, that was something along the lines of recommending that all of her patients binge drink alcohol to improve their health, which effectively is what Asher has done by telling people to not restrict their eating. It's not okay. And on top of that, with no evidence provided, she says that not only does being fat not cause health problems, but chronic stress from mean comments and things like restricting calories will give you diabetes, and making multiple attempts to lose weight causes heart disease. Because of these actions, I think she should absolutely lose her license to treat patients. I'm also concerned when Asher says stuff like this.
Black Lives Matter was a classic example. A lot of people went, well, why do Black Lives Matter and not other lives matter as well? Because we have to swing in the other way, just to sort of bring us into the middle eventually. Like, for justice and equity and all of these things to happen, sometimes we have to go in the absolute opposite direction. And I think sometimes I say things that may seem almost too extreme. And you know, people say, oh, Ash is an extremist. And I probably am, but extremism and violence is sometimes the only way to shift the narrative.
To be clear, Asher was saying this to kind of justify the summer of 2020 riots, where legacy media established that you could be immune to catching COVID if you participated in nationwide riots for a BLM cause that they politically agree with, that ironically burned down a lot of black communities and a lot of black businesses. Now, getting back to the whole bad information argument, in this situation, the reason that bad information is so harmful is because it's my belief that, for the most part, people only have so many attempts at self-improvement before they become stressed out and give up.
If people say, well, you lack the willpower, I'm like, mate, it was not easy for me to get to where I was in medical school. It wasn't like it was a piece of cake. I do have willpower. I have the ability to stick at things. It's not worked, and I'm not unique. This is happening to everybody basically around the world. You've got to ask yourself, if it's really not working, and we've tried everything and it's not working, why are we still doing it?
Ideally, you fail and fail and fail until you finally succeed. That tends to be how we get most of the cool stuff in society, like blue LED lights. I had no idea how difficult it was to invent the technology behind color-changing light bulbs and modern TVs until I watched this video. Scientists said that was impossible for decades, but one Japanese guy kept trying over and over and over again. However, if we're talking about large-scale changes or things that aren't people's life's work, people are going to get bitter and demotivated like Asher if they fail a lot because they're acting on bad information. So Asher's previous statement doesn't mean that you can't get people to be fit on a societal level. It just means that what's being done right now doesn't work. And it's not working because there are societal pressures that are designing these health movements to fail on purpose, or they're being used to secretly propagandize people into buying more ultra-processed food, or some company is fighting real reform on the junk food they feed kids in school because they would lose a lot of money. Or, on a less conspiratorial level, it's because societally, we haven't put an adequate amount of time and effort and research in determining if our weight loss strategies are effective. And it's very apparent that Asher herself hasn't done that in a lot of ways. So the way you actually get good information is to spend a lot of time learning new information by studying under multiple people and hearing different perspectives. It also helps to investigate the source material that they use for their ideas, as well as asking why things are the way they are. And the point is that if you keep learning new stuff and keep broadening your horizons, even if you start off with the worst and most inaccurate information, eventually you'll find the right path. And that's kind of the journey of acquiring knowledge or learning a skill. Great teachers are rare, so most of the time you're going to start off with less accurate or incomplete information, even if you don't have a teacher like Asher who is flooding you with nonsense. So it helps to keep an open mind and not bet everything on the first piece of information that you learn. Open-mindedness is very important for information accuracy because you have to be willing to admit that you're wrong if you find better knowledge. And kind of the big red flag on that with Asher Larmy is that she is a very racist person who, as a non-white person, spreads a ton of racist vitriol against white men. To the extent where she not only has probably discounted the opinions of a number of smart people because of their race, but also because the minute she opened her mouth on these topics, she likely lost the respect and aid of many smart colleagues, white or not, who could have taught her some useful things. Some of the best things that I've learned have been from friends who are smart, which means it's a very stupid idea for Asher Larmy to make an entire masterclass that basically teaches students to be incredibly standoffish with their doctors. So keep an open mind, listen to different perspectives, and deep dive into the information as much as you have time for. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
As long as you can.
Today we're investigating NZXT's shady and manipulative PC rental practices. Because of this investigation, we've decided to terminate a $23,000 ad campaign that NZXT had queued up for Q4, and NZXT has been notified now. This is a rental computer, and NZXT's rental program belongs somewhere behind me. We ran the numbers. Over 5 years, one of their computers at $259 per month rental would cost you approximately $15,540 for a little over $2,000 worth of parts, and with zero ownership. For the same price, you could buy 7 equivalent pre-built in those 5 years. But it's not just a bad deal. NZXT's predatory program silently swaps parts between systems that share the same name when moving from purchase, which often has better components, to rental. We think they're hoping that people don't notice the downgrade. And their performance benchmarks are a misrepresentation and a lie. They have 2 different GPUs in 2 different systems with the same name for the system that have identical performance, even though the GPUs should be 15% at most different from each other. 1 month after we rented a PC from them, they jacked up the price on us by another $96 per year. When we asked to cancel the subscription, they sent us a link that went to a 404 page that didn't work. They're now offering what they call a free monitor, keyboard, and mouse for $0 per month if you rent a PC. Except in connection with that deal, they increased the price by another $10 per month, or $120 per year. Silently. All of this screams scam, and NZXT's own ad partners say that
it actually makes kind of sense. They have 0 strings attached.
With no strings attached.
No strings attached.
No strings attached. And no commitment.
Except there are commitments. Lots of them.
This is a direct quote from the subscription agreement. You, grant operator of the business, a non-revocable, perpetual, non-exclusive, worldwide license to use and distribute, however operator sees fit, any and all images, video, correspondence, audio recordings, or other data and information.
Is there a good reason for that you can think of?
A good reason for the business or for the consumer?
For the business.
For the business, it's to sell your data.
Okay, all right.
But if it's on the hard drive and you return it to them, you provided it to them, and it's pursuant to this.
And it's in connection with the service.
It's in connection with the service.
And that's not the only NZXT advertising lie.
Luckily, not only did NZXT send us out their Player 3 Prime to help finish out the gaming house, but they gave us a way to finish out our 6 PC setups without spending $18,000. You can now own Endgame on a PC starting at $59 a month with NZXT's new subscription plan.
You might have missed it, so let's just roll that back.
You can now own Endgame.
You cannot own this computer. NZXT's own rental program agreement makes that extremely clear. It is not something that can be owned. But that's what he said. Quote, the subscription is not a rent-to-own program. At no point will subscriber own the rental devices or other services provided under this subscription, even if subscriber payments aggregate to more than the collective retail price for all services. As for who the customer is, NZXT's Flex rental program somehow gets even more duplicitous and disgusting when you realize it seems to prey upon mostly broke, vulnerable people at risk of debt traps and children. Interesting. Roll 212.
Switching from console to PC has never been a cheap game, which always made convincing your parents or wife to buy one a difficult task. to let them know, thanks. Now I know what it feels like to be living in hell.
And if you think about it, Carter PCs did make a video about it. You could literally get one of these PCs for 1 month and then win a Fortnite tournament or something and have enough money to buy your own PC. Now, I'm not saying that you should do that because winning a Fortnite tournament can be pretty difficult, I'm not gonna lie. But who knows, maybe some of you guys are underground Fortnite pros.
And this is the exact pure Gamba brain rot that NZXT is targeting with its rental program. NZXT has become so predatory that we researched illegal payday loans.
Hey, I was calling about the check cashing loan.
We don't do loans anymore.
We don't do that payday.
No, I can give you a phone number if you want.
Which the Justice Center says carry an average APR of 365%, or about 1% per day. If we planned to rent the PC for at least 3 years, it would be cheaper to take an illegal and possibly mob-backed loan for 175 days instead, and then own the computer at the end of it, assuming no kneecaps are busted in the process. Let's go somewhere a little safer to actually film the computer. You can use code PuckGamersNexus for 10% off anything on store.gamers.
Jimmy Kimmel's audience is asking him to apologize for Knocked Loose because it scared them. That's amazing. Wait, really? Hold on, I gotta see that for myself. I knew Knocked Loose was going on Kimmel, which I thought was a weird fit in the first place. But if the audience is demanding an apology, that's spectacular. Jimmy Kimmel fans ask for formal apology after inviting heavy metal band Knocked Loose to perform. Oh, Poppy was there too. Jimmy Kimmel invited Knocked Loose and Poppy onto stage for his live show. They're known for their scream-like vocals and grungy guitar riffs. Best known song, Counting Worms, gained nearly 40 million streams on Spotify despite only containing one actual verse of lyrics. Knocked Loose is fun. I like Knocked Loose. Good lord, this website's not even loading because of all the ads it's trying to fucking shove down my throat. His normal viewers and often top commenters on Facebook were quick to diss the choice. One wrote, "You know, I was trying to enjoy the program. Well, that's your first problem. You were trying to enjoy a program. Why would you turn on Jimmy Kimmel for that? You were already doomed from the start. I was sitting on the couch with my son, who was an adolescent." I don't know why he's screaming that. "Waiting to see the musical guest because we like nice music the show usually books. By the third or fourth junt from the guitars, my son was in tears." What kind of fucking word is that? Junt? Like gent? We bringing gent back? Man's out here just dropping new nomenclature here like a gadoosh. I like it. He doesn't like scary things, and quite frankly, I think the Kimmel Show and its staff should make a formal apology. Man, your son needs to grow the fuck up. If guitar riffs are scaring him, as an adolescent, come on. You're setting that kid up for failure. Man's gonna cry anytime there's a beautiful sunset. Oh wow, wait, they kinda went hard for this performance. They gave him pyrotechnics? Shooting flames? It's like the intro to Triple X here with Rammstein. And they're complaining about this? It's probably the most excitement Jimmy Kimmel viewers have ever seen. If I have to read the lyrics, I'll just read them and not listen to someone yell them. Huh? What the fuck? That wasn't singing. Anyone can yell lyrics and get paid. This what not enjoyable. And you can't understand more than 5% of the lyrics. Moshing doesn't not equal dancing. Who wrote this? Go back to 3rd grade. They were moshing in the pit too at Kimmel. I gotta see this performance actually. It's the first time I look at a Kimmel segment in years. Oh my, okay, I gotta show you a still from this. Look at this shit. Moshing at the Jimmy Kimmel Show? Why I never... What? Wow. Imagine being so joyless that you just can't appreciate the fun. Even if you don't like the music. Like, if this was country, I don't like country music very much, I'd still be like, ah, they're having a good time. I don't need an apology from Jimmy Kimmel. At least it's not James Corden. Oh, James Corden would never. James Corden himself would probably go into cardiac arrest if Knocked Loose hit a single chug on the guitar. That man couldn't take it. Have you heard of Jeffrey Lash, the man who convinced his wife he was a shape-shifting super soldier and turned her house into a super lair? It's cool they brought Poppy, too, with Knocked Loose. This concert actually looks like it went hard. On Jimmy Kimmel, of all places. How do I sing along with this? Lol, sounds just like a screaming frenzy to me. Actually starting to hurt my ears. People who listen to this have no room to complain about crying babies or screaming 2-year-olds taking a tantrum. Haha, unreal. They call this music, Jimmy? I'm gonna go to the Facebook page myself. These sound so good. Actually, most of the comments are pretty positive. Well, not really. Never mind. The first 3 were positive. The rest are people mad. Pretty cool. I will say, I think it'd be amazing if Jimmy Kimmel actually did come out, like, tears in his eyes, issuing an apology for scaring his viewers by putting Knocked Loose and Poppy on. That would be truly fantastic. You see that? Did you hear about the California man who tried to smuggle 71 pounds of meth using a cow onesie? Yeah, I read them earlier today, actually. It was pretty cool. He's arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport after he allegedly tried to check 2 suitcases filled with clothing soaked in methamphetamine, including a cow pajama onesie. Prosecutors have indicted Raj Matharu with 1 count of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine. I can't believe they caught him. He's free right now on a $10,000 bond, so sleep in fear. Any onesie could be compromised. You hear about the Symmetry charging mourners for VIP passes when they want to visit their dead relatives. What? Who owns that cemetery? Nintendo? Yeah, Symmetry charges mourners for VIP pass to visit dead relatives to help keep gravesites safe from undesirables. Wow. Wow. The Garden of Remembrance located in the town of Stoke-on-Trent. That's the name of a town, Stoke-on-Trent? That sounds like an insult. That sounds like something you would say to someone during an argument. Fuck you. Well, Stoke-on-Trent, John. It says those who don't purchase a pass will only be able to enter the cemetery during office hours. From January 2025, the site will be protected by electric gates. The gates at the front of the site will open and close automatically at set times. Fuck me, it's like breaking into Area 51 just to visit a dead relative. The entrance to the cemetery... I keep saying cemetery. The entrance to the cemetery will be via VIP pass, making the site secure for our staff, families, and visitors. Please ensure you have your pass in good time for the new year. Okay, it claims that it costs €10, approximately $12 per pass for access to the Rose Garden, and $6 per pass to visit a grave. It's unclear whether it's a one-off fee or whether pass holders will be charged that amount each time they enter. Cool. The Disney Pass model, but for gravesites. That's awesome. That's just what we needed. Fucking microtransaction battle passes for cemeteries. Love it, love it. You gotta get your Symmetry subscription in. Otherwise, you're not leaving flowers for Meemaw, I'll tell you that much. Kids, we bought a season pass to visit your grandma. Separate notice says non-VIP pass holders can still enter the grounds from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Oh, so it still has some public access. Please note there will be no access at the weekend, on bank holidays, or any other dates when the office is closed. Thanks for your cooperation. Now I need to pay a membership fee to visit my dad's grave, Jode Bourne, whose father, Mark Bourne, is buried in the grounds, wrote on Facebook. This is an absolute disgrace. Shame on you, Garden of Remembrance. This gravesite is absolutely beautiful. What? Look at this. That's a premium pass holder right there. Sounds like EA's behind it. Wait for the holiday season pass. Gonna be big. That's true. Surge pricing model. Is that even legal? I guess they own the land. The owner, Jason Taft, hit back telling a local newspaper that he spent approximately $10,000 on security and tech upgrades to keep it safe. VIP passes are believed to work as key cards that will open gates that provide access to the site. There's 1,300 graves there, and we could not send that many keys out so people can come and get a card if they want one. We're not locking people out, and this gives them access till 9 p.m. when we would normally be closed. People can know it's safe when they're visiting, and they'll be safe from undesirables breaking in now. The key cards are not coming into force until January 1st because people wouldn't be happy if we did it before Christmas. They're not going to be happy in general, man. He handed out 90 free passes to the most vulnerable members of the community who have relatives buried there. What a hero. Pay to win cemetery experience, yeah. Last night on stream, a chatter traveled through dimensions to make me aware of a powerful entity known as Baba Vanga, who was a Bulgarian mystic and healer who passed away in 1996, but she was actually called the Nostradamus of the Balkans because she made so many predictions, and according to a lot of the people that truly subscribe to her power, a lot of her predictions have come true. So I decided to make like a colonoscopy and dive into this hole here to really uncover the truth behind Baba Vanga's abilities. Now, real quick, I just want to say the streams that I've been doing the last couple days have been unbelievably fun. There's been a lot of new faces in the chat that have just brought up a lot of really fun topics, like the other day with the orifice, last night with Baba Vanga. If you're not coming to my streams, you're really missing out. We're getting into some really deep shit. But anyway, we went over a lot of Baba Vanga's predictions on stream, and I did a lot of research after stream on her myself, personally. And she's got a lot of achievements to her name here. Her fucking gamer score for predictions is extremely high. She's got more badges than a Boy Scout because of all these predictions she's allegedly got right. By far her biggest, her crowning jewel, the one you see in every headline that mentions her name, even to this day, is her allegedly predicting 9/11. So this is what you'll see when you look into this. In 1989, Vanga allegedly exclaimed, "Horror, horror, the American brothers shall fall attacked by steel birds, wolves shall howl in the bushes, and innocent blood shall flow, those steel birds," you get it. This is her predicting 9/11, apparently. However, if you go back to try and look at any source with Baba Vanga saying anything like that pre-2001, it doesn't exist. This doesn't come up until well after 2001. In fact, that seems to be the case for a lot of the predictions she gets credit for. And for some reason, she gets credit for anything at all that happens in the world. If you went and got groceries today, well, you bet your sweet bippy Baba Vanga predicted it 26 years ago. If I went and masturbated right now, there'd be headlines about how Baba Vanga accurately predicted that Charles White would masturbate on April 18th, 2024 at 9 p.m. It's ridiculous. So from what I can tell, when anything happens, mainstream media or her followers will just say that Baba Vanga made that prediction over 26 years ago, and they won't even provide evidence half the time. And if they do, like in the case of 9/11 with the steel bird statement, no references to that exist prior to the event happening. So it seems to me, anytime something happens, they attribute it to Baba Vanga having predicted it after the fact. They put words in her mouth with predictions she herself never actually made. The predictions that she has made, like the official predictions from Baba Vanga that I can find, almost all of them have been wrong. Almost none of them have happened. And some of the ones she does get right are some very general ones that I feel a lot of people probably could have gotten right. The same exact thing with Nostradamus, who made so many fucking predictions that, yes, of course, some of them will be correct, because you spit out so many. I have a higher success rate and accuracy with my predictions on fucking video game announcements, and for some reason, they still write about Baba Vanga as if she's nailing all of these predictions all the time. It happens so frequently. Like in 2017, here's an article. Mystic who predicted ISIS 9/11 had 2 prophecies for 2018. You know what those prophecies were? One of them was that China would be the next superpower taking over the US, and that a new form of energy will be discovered on Venus. You can find media writing about her every year and attributing all kind of predictions to her, almost none of which ever even come close to coming true. For last year, 2023, here was her predictions. She said that there'd be a devastating nuclear disaster that would unfold in 2023 with a major power plant explosion that would cause toxic clouds to settle over Asia. And then there's another one of her predictions for 2023 about the Earth's orbit changing slightly. When we go through Baba Vanga's prediction timeline here in a moment, you're going to see that a lot of these sound like terrible sci-fi movie plots. Like time travel comes in, half animal, half human hybrids come in within like 100 years. It gets fucking crazy. It's like all of it is actually written by like Ridley Scott. But anyway, when I was going through mainstream media articles on Baba Vanga year by year, I noticed a pattern where they'd start talking about predictions that she in no way ever made from anything I can find. Not even her followers making rumors up about predictions, and yet mainstream media is saying that she said certain things that she just didn't. It's so weird. I really don't understand why. You can see Baba Vanga's predictions, and you can see that almost all of them are wrong. And yet, for some reason, people really believe that she had this superpower of predicting things before they happen. And the things she gets credit for are things that you yourself can't actually find any evidence of her ever making that prediction in the first place before the event happened. You're just taking strangers at their word that Baba Vanga said that before the event happened. Even though there's no actual documentation to confirm that. It's just people saying, no, she said that. Trust me. That's my source. Trust me, bro. It's just very odd. It's so strange. You see the psychic Baba Vanga, who supposedly accurately predicted 9/11, who said World War III will be next month. And I've heard about Baba Vanga. She's allegedly predicted things like World War II, Chernobyl, and Barack Obama becoming president. World War II? What do you mean? She predicted World War II? Why didn't she stop it? God damn it, Baba Vanga. She predicted the orifice. Yeah, that was her final prediction. Most terrifying of all, the flesh box. But let me see her World War III prediction, since apparently she made one of those, which I doubt. Probably just people putting words in her mouth. She was known as the Nostradamus. She was known as the Nostradamus of the Balkans. She left behind predictions for every year up until 5079, when she said the world would end. What was her prediction for 2023? That's a lot of predictions to be making. One of the most alarming 2023 predictions attributed to Baba Vanga concerns a solar storm which could have caused calamitous consequences. So that didn't work. So that was a lie. Imagine though. I mean, she gets credit for anything that does happen. So even though her prediction was wrong, she still got credit for something else that happened totally unrelated. So I mean, she still wins. Let's see the Baba Vanga predictions. 2010, World War III. Well, that didn't work. That was quick. So, she predicted World War III in 2010 and 2024? The war was supposed to begin on November 2010 and end in October 2014. Nuclear will be used initially and then chemical warfare. 2011, as a result of the fallout in the Northern Hemisphere, there will not be any animals or vegetation. 2014, man, this is, what? 2023, she didn't even try very hard. In 2023, her prediction was a little bit of change in the Earth's orbit. Yeah, moderate, I don't know. Earth moved differently in 2023, I guess. And then 2025, yeah, Europe still settled, kinda, a little bit. She's so popular in the Balkans, my president quoted her once. Why? Why? She's just wrong about everything. Like, immediately. If people were following her predictions, the world would be in a state of disarray. Thinking a world war was happening in November of 2010, and that the nuclear fallout was going to kill every animal and plant. In 2028, creating a new energy source, probably a controlled thermonuclear reaction. Hunger is gradually being overcome. Launched a manned spacecraft to Venus. How in the fuck will we go from pretty much no life left here, and within 10 years, have the ability to send a manned spacecraft to Venus and solve hunger? And also, what would we accomplish on Venus? That's like one of the worst planets we could visit. 2046, any bodies, organs can be manufactured. Cloning, replacing the bodies, is becoming one of the best methods of treatment. So you must have watched the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. During the attack on the Muslim Rome, the United States used a new kind of weapon, the climate. The sharp cooling, instant freezing. And then 2076, we get a classless society, communism. 2084, nature is restored. In 2088, there's a new disease, aging for a few seconds. And then 11 years later, rapid aging defeated. In 2100, we get an artificial sun that illuminates the dark side of the... What the fuck is the dark side of the Earth? In 2111, people become living robots. Then there's a small war. Hungary gets signals from space. Then we get Atlantis. Somehow, in 2164, the animals turn half human. That's quite a plot. Why would they do that? How would they do that? Do we do that to them? Yeah, I guess we finally get, like, cat girls. Okay, and then we get a new religion 3 years later. Probably, in no small part, because of the half-human animals that we've now got living in our world that sprung up out of nowhere. I imagine they probably started the new religion. Drought. Colony on Mars becomes a nuclear power and demands independence from Earth. When did we... She's leaving out crucial details. So now we have a colony on Mars that's demanding independence from Earth. At some point. I guess we abandoned Venus. Stop 2 volcanic eruptions. We now have a full functioning sea colony. Sun slowing, thermonuclear processes, temperature drops. Humanity comes in contact with aliens. Something terrible. And 2256, a spacecraft forgotten to Earth, terrible new disease. I don't know what that means. Is this like world patch notes? No, it's fucking Baba Vanga predictions, which apparently people really believe in, which is outrageous. Because she's just wrong about everything, clearly. She predicted World War III in 2010, and yet...
Ready for action.
People still give her credit for everything that happens on the planet, saying she predicted it. In 2271, restart physical constants are changed, so the laws of physics change. You're telling me, 200 years from now, the laws of physics are going to change? Why would they do that? What the fuck? And then 2 years later, mixing yellow, white, and black races, new race. Wow, that's... Jesus, Baba Vanga. We get time travel in 2288 and new contact with aliens. The sun cools and we're making attempts to light it again. That's actually the plot to a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode, when Courage, Eustace, and Muriel go to the sun and change its light bulb. There's a powerful eruption on the sun which changes the force of gravity. So 3797, all life on Earth is killed, but mankind lay the foundations for new life in another stellar system. Assuming she means solar system. But we already have other planets that we've colonized. We've got Mars, apparently. We've got the power to artificially create suns. So yeah, I'm sure we can make do. 3854, the development of civilization virtually stops and people live flocks of beasts. But then we get a new prophet less than 20 years later that teaches us about religion. And then a new church. 4304, we found a way to win any disease. Due to mutation, people at last beginning to use their brains more than 34%. So we were stuck using 34% of our brain for how many hundreds or how many thousands of years? In 4509, we're getting to know God. The man has Fina. What is that? Is that like swag? The man has Riz? What is that? And why are we getting to know him now? He just said, like, alright, look guys, 4,000 years, it's enough to stay up here. What's going on? It's good to meet you. Didn't she say that we have a time machine by now? Yeah, we had the time machine like 1,000 years ago. We had a time machine in like 2271, I think. Oh no, that's when the laws of physics changed. It was 2288 that we got time travel. So I feel like all of these things could have easily been avoided, like the bad stuff, if we just time travel. She gave us an OP technology way too early. 4599, we achieve immortality. 4674, development of civilization reaches its peak. The number of people living on different planets is about 340 billion. Assimilation begins with aliens. 5076, a boundary universe. With it, no one knows. 5078, the decision to leave the boundaries of the universe while about 40% of the population is against. We leave the boundaries of the universe? What's beyond the boundaries of the universe? That's like an anime plot. That's some Gurren Lagann shit. What? We just decided to leave the boundaries of the universe. How could we just even make that decision? We go to the universe sequel, I guess. But then in 5079, it's the end of the world. Who gives a fuck? We have like 1,000 worlds now. What are you talking about? We have so many planets. Who cares about the end of the world? That's small potatoes. I'm more curious about what we do when we leave the boundaries of the universe. That's DLC. Yeah, perhaps. 3 out of 3,000, not bad. Well, the thing is, she also didn't even predict those things that she's getting credit for. They're not among her predictions. It's just people, for some reason, making it up on her behalf. But it's so weird, like, mainstream media plays into it as well. So, like, chilling predictions Baba Vanga made for 2024 that came true. The huge economic crisis. She didn't do that. We just looked at her 2024 predictions. Well, there wasn't any. 2023, her prediction was the Earth orbit slightly changes. Is the Silk Song release date on there? Oh yeah, did she predict the final release date for the new Hollow Knight game? That's a good question, let me check. Baba Vanga would know. I think she's just kind of become this figure that the media can draw on, like, oh, Baba Vanga says this. Gotta be careful, stay afraid.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Yeah, I'm talking about Boogie again, the internet's favorite clown. Everyone is lining up to throw the baseball at the target to dunk this goober into the water tank, and I can't resist. It's actually unbelievable how he continues to find new, deplorable ways to sink deeper into degeneracy and dig himself even deeper holes. I am blown away by his ability to constantly embarrass himself. I don't know what kind of kink this is, but it goes beyond humiliation at this point. So buckle your seatbelt, I'm going to deliver a high-speed Boogie breakdown here for what happened last night. So, Boogie has maintained for a while that he has cancer, and a lot of his reasoning behind his most recent cryptocurrency scam was that he needed the money for his medical treatments with his cancer. And last night, that diagnosis was challenged with people directly confronting about the authenticity of his claims because there were some inconsistencies and some shady things with what Boogie was saying about it. I believe the catalyst behind this whole conversation was Destiny, who spearheaded the questions that he had about Boogie's diagnosis, and it led to, like, directly talking with him about it, which then led to more and more people coming in to talk to Boogie about it. And for those that don't know, Boogie2988 is a pathological liar. He cannot help himself. Just like a pile of dog shit can't help but smell like poop, Boogie can't help but lie. Even about the most trivial things ever. He used to tell fibs about games and like what games he was playing and finishing and why he needed to buy games to review them, only to never review the games. Like, I'm surprised he didn't start weighing in on the Elden Ring DLC being too hard, saying some shit like, oh, well, yes, the Elden Ring DLC was quite simple for me, really. I kind of first tried every single boss. My favorite boss was Rudonius of the Hidden Leaf Village, obviously. Like, he just lies, and he can't help but continue to lie anytime he sees an opportunity for it, especially if it could potentially lead to some level of sympathy. Oh, yes, I've experienced racism. Me, Boogie2988, as you know, I'm a full-blooded Atlantean, and I recall when Plato came to our hidden continent and sunk it himself because he didn't like the color of our skin. Like, he is just a liar, is the point I'm trying to make here. An outrageous one at that. So, with some of the things he was saying, people started to question whether or not he really did have cancer, so they confronted him directly on a podcast. And throughout the 3 or so hours that he was on the podcast there, he chose the worst possible dialogue options every single time. And it eventually culminated with him getting naked.
So your shred of privacy is this, but not being naked on film, not talking about fucking whores,
Yeah, I'll
not
get
talking
naked
about
right
being
now.
nigger.
I'll get naked right
Do
now.
it. Take it off. Let's go for it. Let's do it.
A pretty interesting strategy here to get nude, just strip down to your birthday suit. Boogie's playing chess, the rest of us are playing checkers. Lying about having cancer takes a very special kind of scumbag. It's not unheard of on the internet, there's plenty of famous cases of people doing that, but to come in and question Boogie on it, like, you've got to have your ducks in a row. And Boogie, when defending himself, refused to show even a single shred of evidence to push back against the claims, and the claims had more evidence than Boogie did about his diagnosis. And it eventually reached the point where people were begging him to just show, like, a fucking single molecule that would somehow lend any credence to Boogie's claims, and he just refused. There was I think it was an $80,000 bounty. Like, multiple YouTubers came in and offered thousands upon thousands of dollars to Boogie, up to $80,000, to just show a piece of his medical record to a trusted third party, so that way they could verify it, that he really does have cancer like he claims he does. And he refused. Which is very weird, considering Boogie just scammed his audience for $10,000.
support levels. Extraction is your best option. Life support activated.
Talking about how desperate he was for money because of his medical bills and everything. So he'll scam his audience for $10,000, but he won't just briefly show a little piece of his medical record here for 80 grand, 80,000 clams? That just doesn't add up. Because he's talking about how it's like the last bastion of privacy he has, which doesn't make any sense because Boogie has never given a fuck about privacy. Every single aspect of his life, he has pushed into the public eye that people have to just like have their fucking retinas burned out against their will because Boogie is shoving every aspect of his personal life down their throat. Yet this is the one thing he wants privacy on, even though he himself was the first one to ever talk about it. It just doesn't make sense. So it's definitely not looking good for Boogie after this. He since deactivated his Twitter account and everything, which probably is only temporary. He's addicted to Twitter. It's like a heroin addict. Like, I imagine he's going to go back to the needle here to Twitter. But for now, it's looking like his ham got steamed on this podcast. It doesn't look good here. Of course, it hasn't been 100% definitively proven that he's lying about his diagnosis or anything like that. But the whole situation around it is very weird, for sure. And I just want to show you a little bit from it. Now, a buddy of mine, whom I'm sure all of you have heard me talk about in the past, Jackson Clark, that's a name that lives in infamy in the mind of Boogie. Jackson Clark is Boogie's boogeyman. He mentioned Jackson so many times unprompted in this podcast that the other hosts were left stunned, wondering who the fuck is Jackson? Because Jackson has, for a long time now, been pushing back against a lot of what Boogie has said and done to his audience. And Jackson, a while back, did talk about the diagnosis on Twitter, and it has, I guess, weighed heavy on the psyche of Boogie.
Yeah, I'm never showing any of these motherfuckers my medical. Go fuck yourself. I said that 2 years ago, and I'm staying by it now. Destiny, Jackson Clark, Keemstar, you can see it when I fucking die. It's my fucking goddamn medical record.
I don't know why Jackson Clark was on the tip of his tongue there in the middle of this panel, but wow, that's so big. Hold on, I gotta send that to Jackson. Jackson's gonna have a big old smile and a big old wet spot in his trousers for it. That's big. It was Destiny who put up 5K and Muda put up 50K. Oh wow. Yeah, it's not like Boogie to turn down free money like that. He just scammed his audience for $10,000, which in this podcast he openly admits to. I think it was what was it, like, I think it was Nicholas Diorio. Nicholas Diorio at the very end came in, he's like, what do you mean morals? You scammed your audience for 10K, and Boogie goes, yeah, but this is different. He's like, it's two separate things!
Drop the microphone.
No, wait, why do you have to insist on a biopsy if you can confirm?
But this is basically the whole podcast where they are picking apart Boogie's story and just begging and even trying to offer him tons of money to prove that he actually has what he says he has. Where did you mention more Jackson?
Goddamn medical records. And I don't want more of you motherfuckers feeling sorry for me. I don't give a fuck. Okay? You can hate me as much as you fucking want. But I'm taking one goddamn thing with me. And this is a decision I made when Jackson Clark demanded this shit 2 fucking years ago. And a decision I'm fucking sticking to here.
I don't know who Jackson Clark is.
I don't even know if I'm
That's incredible! Jackson Clark, he did it again! First and last name! He's doing it! He's doing it! That's so huge. And now he looks like a pioneer for being the first to request the Panama Papers on Boogie here. And then 2:43 on the dot, Jackson mentioned again. This is like a Where's Waldo? So 2:43 mentioned again.
I think his name right. It's fucking Moist Critical's butt plug. I don't fucking know.
Jackson Clark.
I don't.
He's getting name dropped again!
know his real name. What is it?
What do you mean you don't know his real name? You've said it 4 times. Jackson Clark. You think that's an alias? A first and last name alias? His real name's fucking Steve Cheeseburger? And why you pretend you don't know his real name? You tweet about him every now and then after blocking him so he can't fight back. That's his pseudonym. He's using it like J.K. Rowling.
I'm gonna let him have right? I'd bring some type of law.
HIPAA laws, yeah.
I'm gonna let him have the win.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why you let him have the win?
Because as I said to Jackson Clark 2 years ago, or at least that
Jackson Clark.
Yeah, I am not sharing my medical records. I'm not sharing this on the internet. This is for me. I'm good.
How much money did Jackson Clark get you to fucking say his name?
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know.
Great advertising, yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's good for Penguin Zero, Jackson Clark, Penguin Zero, Jackson Clark. Check it out. Buy Fantasy.
That's honestly, put that on the back of the DVD box. That is so fucking flames. Hold on, I'm telling Jackson timestamps. Get Jackson on stream. He's sleeping right now. It's Australia. He's not up yet. He actually hates you too. He does. He absolutely does. 100%. But he hates everyone that doesn't immediately fall in line and agree with him. What's crazy is he doesn't hate Keemstar, who literally invited him over to his house on the 4th of July just to throw ice cubes at him and bully him. But he hates everybody else. Literally everybody else. It's so odd. It's super weird. I don't know why he hates me and Jackson so much more than everyone else. I genuinely do not. I have talked about Boogie twice. Once with his crypto scam and once with the documentary that dropped where he talked about how his life fell apart from buying hookers and everything and still had a crazy ego about how he deserves to fuck tens. And all kinds of heinous shit. Those are the only 2 times I talked about him. And comparatively to everyone else, I don't even think I was that mean. I gave him legitimate advice about maybe instead of scamming your audience, you should just keep making YouTube videos. He averages 20k views per video. If you just make a video a day at that average, he would be able to support himself with at least $10,000 a month. Easy. Bare minimum. Like, I feel like, honestly, it was pretty reasonable. But maybe he doesn't like to hear that. He'd rather people throw ice cubes at him in person. I don't know. I really don't know. You guys did make fun of him in the documentary for like an entire podcast episode. Yeah, constructively. Like, if you're going through all these health problems, maybe don't start every day with a Mountain Dew after you take off your fucking CPAP machine. Like, that's constructive. I think. Like, instead of a Mountain Dew, anything else. And maybe just doing fucking acid in the middle of the forest with a fucking shaman is not going to be the therapist you need. I know, yeah, I know. They brought in everyone for this one. It's certainly not looking like Boogie was telling the truth. Shockingly. But who knows? Maybe for some reason he really is refusing like $80,000 in order to keep this last bastion of privacy. Which isn't really private considering he was the one that talked about it first. Watched all 4 hours, he doesn't hate you and Jackson. He thinks Jackson Clark is your real name and Charles White is one of your internet aliases. No, that's not true. He knows we're separate people. Now you're just making shit up, but I love that. I love that idea. Jackson Clark is my Australian alter. So a couple of quick things. I have made 2 videos on Boogie ever, but he has become a pretty common topic on the podcast where we talk about some of his more recent shenanigans. So maybe that's where he's hearing a lot of it from, because in videos it's only been 2 for me, and on the podcast it's not just me, it's everyone kind of just going over like the Boogie recap on what he's doing right now and why he probably shouldn't be doing what he's doing right now and how he can do things that are better than that. Like maybe that's where he's seeing a lot of it from, where he gets this idea that I'm always, shitting on him or whatever. And the other thing I actually want to dive into a little bit is where I briefly mentioned that if Boogie would just make a video a day, or at least increase the frequency in which he creates content, he would be able to support himself. And he wouldn't need to resort to scams or lies or these elaborate ruses to try and squeeze milk from a stone here and shake down the last remaining audience he has for their lunch money. He could just support himself through what he used to do, which was make content. Yes, he lost most of his audience once they started to take a peek behind the mask, the facade that he put up, and they noticed that he's like the goddamn Babadook, right? He's a monster. But his channel was so big that even losing the majority of his audience still leaves him with a very sizable audience left. That's bigger than like 99% of other channels on the platform already. And averaging between 20 to 30,000 views per video is sustainable. I have another channel, and I've talked about it a couple of times, called Skill Check. And this is for all of the nerdy shit that I love to do. It's pretty niche. So Dungeons and Dragons and trading card games. Right now, mainly Magic the Gathering Commander, but we're branching into more Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece TCG content. I have a huge passion for this shit, and the average views on the videos for that channel is right around 30 to 40,000-ish. Sometimes they pop off like the Commander game with Wubby or the Shot Caller Commander game, but the average is between like 30 to 40,000 across the whole channel. And I'm gonna just give you a peek behind the old analytics here. This is what the channel generates. Of 2.1 million views per month, it makes over $7,000 per month. Now let's compare that to Boogie's channel. Boogie, even when not creating content, his channel basically just gathers fucking cobwebs because he doesn't want to put any work in and make stuff. Even with that in mind, his channel still makes almost 1 million views per month. Now imagine if he would just post more frequently. He could easily fucking support himself through AdSense. He could. No matter what lie he tries to feed you about how that's not possible, no one wants to watch him, his average says otherwise. He just doesn't want to do it. He's looking for the easier paydays, like taking $10,000 up front to pump a fucking crypto scam. If it is true that Boogie is lying about all of this, that'll just be yet another unbelievably low thing that Boogie has done throughout his career. And he has made a career out of doing some of the lowest shit the platform's ever seen. So again, it hasn't been 100% confirmed that he's lied about this. So maybe he is telling the truth. Maybe he's got stick it to the monneosis. Like, it's just all a very odd set of circumstances with the way all of this is unfolding here. And I just had to talk about it a little bit because, man, I mean, Jackson Clark, he got mentioned so many times here, and this is just such a fucking weird story. That's really about it. So yeah, as I was rendering the video here, some new lore just dropped, a little update to this case. Keemstar made a tweet kind of talking about some things behind the scenes. Now, he's like the Boogie Whisperer. Boogie tells him everything, I guess. So, I think probably best to wait for Boogie to confirm all of this, but I'll at least put this here for the sake of covering everything that's come out here. According to Keem's tweet, Boogie went on steroids that could cause cancer in the blood, and then 2 years ago, after he lost his money in crypto, went to the doctor, said he had high red blood cells, indicating he may have it. Before he got any confirmation, he made a YouTube video announcing it, and then for 2 years has been telling people he has it to use it for sympathy, and he never actually got confirmation, but now apparently he's scheduled to go see whether or not he has it. So that's the most recent update there. It doesn't come directly from Boogie, so I guess we might have to wait to see what he says about it, even though Boogie himself isn't really a reliable narrator since he lies about everything ever. But again, there is no 100% confirmation on whether or not he's lying about this or anything, but it is certainly very peculiar. Very, very weird. That's about it. See ya. Boogie2988 is not only the most manipulative YouTuber this platform's ever seen, but he's also among the stupidest as well. And this is actually one of his go-to bread and butter defense strategies anytime he finds himself in hot water. He'll always play the card of, oh, I'm not an evil person, I'm just a bumbling moron. I got zapped by an idiot beam. Timmy Turner made a wish that I'd be an imbecile and, well, that's out of my control now. I'm not a bad person, I'm just stupid, and you can't be mad at me for that. He uses this signature anime finishing move more often than Goku uses a Kamehameha to finish off an opponent. He is stupid, don't get me wrong, but he is also a bad person. Both of these things are true. And he's using this defense right now with his latest cryptocurrency scam. I wasn't even going to bother making a video talking about this because talking about any of Boogie2988's L's is like talking about taking the trash out. Who gives a fuck? It's garbage, so who cares? Everyone knows it's trash, so why even bother talking about it? Well, in this case, it's especially heinous because he actually did an interview with CoffeeZilla on CoffeeZilla's second channel, Voidzilla, where he was covering Boogie's new crypto scam. And he basically admits to it being a pump and dump, but his defense is that he was too stupid to recognize that. Like, he's too dumb to have known that this was going to be a scam that would hurt his almost non-existent audience. He has a very small pocket of people that still support him left, and he is using them like a fleshlight for a couple of fucking doubloons to pop out the other end as he puts his cock in it. It's disgusting. The Boogie298 fan club has less members than the goddamn Balan Wonderworld Enthusiast Society. Like, there's not many of them left, and now Boogie's running a cryptocurrency scam directly at them, yet denying that he's trying to scam his fans, saying that It's obviously just a joke for his fans to point and laugh at. This is mainly meant to target millionaire crypto bros who can kind of just get fucked. It's also worth mentioning that he was paid $10,000 to promote this fatty token meme coin by a very shady group. But I'm sure that's not important. I'm sure that 10,000 doubloons is all just part of the joke. It's all in good humor at the end of the day. I'm sure that had nothing to do with Boogie's involvement here. Now, I do believe that a lot of people that did put money into this were just hoping that they could dump the bag on even bigger idiots that bought into it trusting Boogie, because there are still people that do have faith in Boogie as a creator and as just a genuine person. I don't know how that still lingers after the documentary that's been dropped about him, where he did his absolute best to make himself look like an insufferable asshole, as well as the numerous other controversies he's found himself in, but there is definitely still a community that rallies behind him. And I have no doubt a lot of people that put money into this were hoping that that community would also put money in so they could dump it onto them. And maybe they were able to, maybe they weren't, but right now it looks like everybody, except for those on the inside, have lost money. You posted a video on your own channel called Fatty, because the name of his token, his scam shitcoin, is called Fatty. He posted the video on his channel. That's for your audience, Boogie. You posted it directly to them. Of course, some of them are going to buy into it because they still have some level of trust in you for whatever delusional reason that might be, but that's definitely broken by now, I imagine. He also just can't dedicate himself to just one excuse here, so he's trying to cover all of his bases so he doesn't look like an evil, manipulative piece of shit here. So he's constantly flip-flopping. So first he was kind of just on the nose about it, like posting tweets saying like he's fucked anyway, so might as well get some money out of it on the way out. You know, hashtag fatty, stuff like that. And then he's like, well, no, this was actually just for the crypto bros, and I'm not going to lose sleep over them losing money. I was upfront about you putting money into this, and you're probably going to lose it. That's the joke. So I don't care if you bought in. And his most outrageous one is where he tries to spin this as an actual useful, not scam service, where it's like, oh, this is actually just a really cheap way for the community to buy into my presence. It's going to be a community hub for all of us to kind of just like hang out. So you're kind of paying just to be a part of the community. Like, he's trying every possible excuse to avoid wrongdoing, even though he's fundamentally admitted that it's a pump and dump scheme that he's behind here, which is a crime. It's illegal. You can't do that. Maybe putting it into Magic the Gathering terms will help you understand it to wrap your fucking noodle around it. You're ignoring cards' mana costs, and in response, everyone hates you. You can't do that, Boogie. I watched a clip of a podcast Boogie's on once, and of course he always rants about how everyone's always out to get him. He's not a bad guy. Everyone else is evil for attacking him. He's not the bad guy. He's not the villain of the story. And my name got brought up. And he then went on to say that I want to see him dead. I'd rather see him buried 6 feet under than see him succeed, or something to that effect. Which is, of course, a load of horseradish, but it's a really interesting take, how Boogie perceives things. And I don't know if he truly believes this, or if it's just a classic Boogie drumming up sympathy kind of thing through lying. But I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, at all. I want to see you stop being a piece of shit scammer who manipulates his audience and constantly lies. That's what I want. That's what the majority of people would like to see. A triumphant story about how you finally took some responsibility for your own actions, grew from them, learned from them, and actually stopped being the asshole that you are. I'd like for you to come forward and stop lying about everything. So like in this situation, just taking it on the chin and openly admitting that you pump and dump scammed your audience. Just say like, hey guys, I fell on difficult financial times and yeah, I took advantage of you. You kind of tiptoed around that in the CoffeeZilla video, but you're not saying it with your whole chest anymore and making up excuses for it, even though it's an inexcusable thing that you've done. You should then refund everyone that lost money in this shitcoin scam that you've pumped. And then you should be working towards actually making things right and stop being the lying, manipulative asshole that you are. I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, and you know that. That's a very gross thing to say, to make that claim, and you know how fucking disgusting that is, which is why you say it. But I want to make it very clear right now. What I want is for you to stop being a lying manipulator. I'm going to play a little bit of his announcement video for this, because he really stands by that it's all just supposed to be a joke for his community, supposed to bring them together to laugh at the parody of Andrew Tate, where he's playing Andrew Cake, and it's all part of the joke. But that excuse doesn't work, Boogie, when you actually launch a shitcoin alongside your satirical take on shitcoins, for your audience to actually lose money on, you dumb buffoon.
Fatty is a community for like-minded individuals that have broken free
from the Matrix. True happiness comes from a goldfish, from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Fatty for life, yeah! Look at this graph. Looks like every other rug pull shitcoin that ever entered the market. But Fatty for life, yeah! Boogie's the champ! He's the king! Who cares how many of his audience lost money on this? He does his absolute best to deny that that's a possibility at all. I'll go ahead and go through his pinned tweet because he's been, of course, on Twitter, as he is known to do, having meltdowns, doing his best to justify indefensible actions that he takes. So here's his big manifesto on the Fatty debacle. An iconic Boogie intro here to the tweet. This is just so on brand for him. Classic. In the last few days, I have learned a lot about the internet, myself, and crypto. For those that don't know the Boogie lore, he also lost almost all of his money in crypto well before this, so even knowing just how dangerous it is to buy into this kind of shit, he still promotes it to his audience, even though he himself is the victim of losing tons and tons of money in crypto dog shit. But yeah, it doesn't matter to him. Since it's not him losing money this time, why would he care? My intent by launching a meme coin was to make people laugh and happy. I also wanted to give millionaires who like meme coins a new toy to play with. It doesn't have use, Boogie. The only thing they can play with is watching the graph go down. The only thing they're playing with is your balls as you teabag them with this scam. I also wanted to create a community among those people to interact with as I have through the LolCow Live community. Say I missed the mark is an understatement for sure, but some of the people that are angry for some weird reasons. This never targeted fans, in quotes. In the 90 seconds this is available on websites, a casual fan could not have created a Coinbase account, get verified, figure out how to buy Solana, short in itself, to then purchase a meme coin. It is literally impossible. That process takes hours, sometimes days. You are so unbelievably wrong, you know that. You are blatantly lying. I also don't understand why it's inconceivable for him to imagine that some of his fans already have Solana and have Coinbase accounts, because a lot of people do. Cryptocurrency isn't some like fringe unheard of thing anymore. It's a very mainstream thing people have been hearing about for fucking years, so a lot of them do have accounts and they could easily buy this in the 90 seconds it was available. This targeted my fans only to have them point and laugh at the absurdity of the character of the video and the idea that anyone would trust me for crypto advice. If the whole idea behind it, Boogie, was to just provide an entertaining video, why actually launch the shitcoin? Why even give them the opportunity to buy into something that you yourself know is worthless? You're open about how worthless it is and that it's just a waste of money. One of his early tweets is about how you shouldn't invest money in it. That's the way that he's trying to like hand-wave his responsibility to his audience here, by saying, well, he warned them not to put money into it, so it's kind of their fault. Why even give them the option? If the whole point was just to give them something to laugh at, why give them something to immediately lose money on, Boogie? That's so weird. That doesn't seem like it'd be a good part of the joke, having them lose money too. That seems to get rid of the joke. It's almost as if it wasn't a joke to begin with. And you're using that as a convenient excuse to try and make it seem like it was never the intention to make money off exploiting your fans. I did, however, want to target crypto bros who play with meme coins all day, every day. Looking at the wallets that bought and sold this coin, it's clear that is the only people who played with this coin. Many of them holding tens of millions of Ethereum and Bitcoin, they wouldn't miss the tens of dollars they might have lost, but many more made money than lost, it appears. What a hero. You're such a hero of the people, Boogie. Regardless, I still believe those same crypto guys might find value in this coining community, and I hope they do. For those holding, I plan to keep chatting with you guys and chilling with you for as long as you think it's fun. For the rest of the internet, I am not sorry for getting involved in a dumb shit meme coin. I eject the idea that I was ever scamming fans, and that simply did not happen, period. Look at the wallets for proof of that. I still think a meme coin can be a funny and amusing distraction for people who have far more money than they know what to do with, and I hope we can continue to fuck around with this dumbass coin. That is just Chef's Kiss standard Boogie meal right there on his Twitter dog shit that he serves on the plate. Just absolute nonsense, lying out of his ass, trying his absolute best to come out of this looking like the good guy. I've learned a lot about myself and the internet and crypto. Yeah, there were some shortcomings, I missed the mark, but you're actually all wrong because I'm not a bad guy. That was never the intention. Also, those crypto bros that I said can get fucked and I won't lose sleep over, well, actually, I'm hoping they find real value in this because I'm also like a hero to the crypto bros as well as my community that never targeted my fans. Yeah, I uploaded my YouTube channel, but that was only because I wanted to laugh from there and not actually put money into it. I mean, I was never part of the plan, but because they put money into it, now there's a great community, which was always the intention the entire time. He's just absolute rambling of a madman, doing his absolute best to try and avoid looking like the bad guy. And in doing so, he always looks even more of a bad guy. In the interview he did with CoffeeZilla, he mentions is cancer diagnosis. Boogie has a form of cancer, and he is on hard times financially, a lot of it because of his crypto investments, which now he's running one of his own. And he talks about how the money that he got, like the $10,000 for both this, immediately went into like his medical finance, his medical needs. And he uses this as a shield, where it's like, oh, you know, this is going on, thus it shouldn't be a problem that I scam people, because I need the money. There's plenty of other ways of making money though, Boogie, besides just scamming your audience. Like there was, for years, for actual years, you had so many other opportunities to make money and actually not be a piece of shit. But you have time and time again made the worst possible decisions, not only for yourself, but for those around you, and you have constantly dug yourself deeper and deeper holes. And now you keep posting tweets, deleting tweets, where you're doing this Jekyll and Hyde thing about how, well, I might be going to jail anyway, so I'm going to take money on the way out. Buy fatty porn. And then into this where it's like, actually, I'm such a good guy. Like, we were just making a community, and you guys are getting mad for weird reasons. Which I'm misunderstood. It's crazy because you can actually trace Boogie's spiral to his Twitter activity. The frequency in which he used Twitter directly correlates with the frequency at which he lost subscribers. As he used Twitter more, his YouTube subscribers went down more and more, because he kept letting the mask slip at the really awful person behind the facade that he puts on YouTube. He could not stop himself from saying the most revolting things and being the most unlikable asshole through Twitter. He was addicted to it, and he recognized so many times that if he just deleted Twitter, his life, his online career would have been in a much better spot, but he just can't help himself. And to this day, still can't help himself. Here's his most recent tweet, for example. I learned years ago that if I fart in public, Mutahar will make a video saying I gave people cancer. I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want because even when I try to do something nice, people say I ate a baby or something. In standard Boogie fashion, making himself the victim of everything imaginable. Somehow he's the victim in this pump and dump crypto scam that he's running here because Mutahar made a mean video about it. Oh man, it doesn't matter what I do because people are just going to say that I ate a baby or something. Mutahar is going to insult me no matter what. So what, I did a crypto pump and dump. Doesn't mean Mutahar needs to be nasty and rude about it. I can't even remember the last time Boogie2988 did something genuinely nice without it being something to benefit him personally. I can't think of it, and it's certainly not this crypto scam. There's no way you're gonna sit there and actually try and say that this mean shitcoin that you've started is somehow a nice thing that you don't deserve to be getting insulted for. That's absolute lunacy. You yourself have said multiple times how worthless this is, and you shouldn't be putting money into it, and that you're basically stupid if you do. Like, and you're gonna try and sit here and make a claim like, oh, even when I do something nice, then you're gonna say I'm bad anyway. You're not doing anything nice. You are literally scamming your audience. No matter how much you want to plug your ears and close your eyes to deny that fact, you are. You have. You are scamming them with this. He also keeps saying that he hasn't sold any of his fatty coins, and it doesn't matter. Even if you really haven't sold any, I don't know why you'd sell now since it's completely flatlining, but even if you haven't sold any even when it was up, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a pump and dump scam, and someone made a lot of money from this. The people that paid you to promote this in the first place. You did make 10,000 doubloons from the promotion of it. So you did make money from it. Even if it isn't from the direct sale of the coins that you hold, you still made 10 grand, which is a lot more than any one of your fans that bought into this trusting you. But anyway, I don't need to rant any further about this. If you want actual information about the scam, I highly recommend checking out Voidzilla's video or Mutahar's coverage of this. They both did a great job going over everything around it. I'm just here to talk about what a manipulative, stupid asshole Boogie2988 is, and how baffling it is that he keeps finding new ways to devolve even further into degeneracy. It's shocking. That's really about it. So yeah. I've thrown on the formal attire today because we need to discuss something very important. A huge loser named Bintellect. Big goofball, weirdo, lame-mo, behemoth creep. He is a big TikTok creator, and that's a word I'm using very loosely here, with 11 million followers, and I'm sure only people under the age of 10 have ever heard of him before. What he's become known for over the years is looking at tweets or comments, reading them out, and then going, hehehe. Yeah, that's literally it. But sometimes it's a little hard to even muster a laugh, so what he'll do is he'll read one of the comments and then go, yeah, true. And then that's the whole TikTok. But I'm not here just to give him a little wet willy and laugh at him for all of his cringe. I am here to talk about something far more degenerate, But before doing that, I'd like to give a quick honorable mention to something else this piss stain of a person is notorious for doing. Threatening legal action against people that make fun of him. I've seen a couple videos on Bintellect now, after I've been informed of the situation, so I did a little digging. Apparently when people make fun of him, he gets super offended and will either try and copyright strike, take down the video, copyright claim it to make money from it, or even go as far as to just threaten to sue the person that made fun of him. You disgusting goblin, you make me sick. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Now, while I do think a legal battle with Benjamin over me making fun of him would be hilarious, I still just don't really feel like showing you any of his clips because it's just going to rot your brain and it's yucky. It's just trash. So, no reason for that. Let's get into what I want to discuss, the new information that came out about this weirdo. So, Bintellect recently made a podcast, I suppose, and he invited someone on named Jordan Max, and then things got really odd. He got super hostile, and she ended up posting about it, which led to this dam breaking, and we were flooded with cringe about Bintellect's behavior over the years with women. So this horny little goblin asks her before going on the podcast, "Do you want to make a video for OnlyFans?" To which she says, "When?" He says, "Today." And then she's saying, "No, you need to be tested within the last 14 days and have an OnlyFans creator account." But then he says, "I mean a video for your page." Oh, what a benevolent saint. He was actually just thinking about her the whole time. He thought this would be a good opportunity for her to make some OnlyFans content with the great Big Ben Bintellect. So she says, "Doing what?" And he goes, "I don't know what performs best on your page." I can literally see him doing this. Well, I mean, I don't know what we do. I mean, what do you do on OnlyFans? Maybe we could do that? So it's become pretty clear that Bintellect uses this podcast as a way of just fucking. It seems to me like the whole podcast existence is only here as a way of trying to get Bintellect laid. So he tries to leverage his big follower count to then invite on OnlyFans models and then ask if he can make content with them. It's pretty pathetic stuff, but we're only just beginning. He continues by saying, "I was just thinking you're helping me with doing a video for my YouTube, so maybe I could help you with your OnlyFans." And she replies, "I'm good, thanks." So then he goes, "No worries." And then, "Hey, I'm gonna do the pickle video with someone else, thanks though." To which she asks, why? So the pickle video he's referring to is the podcast was going to be a pickle tier list mukbang or something like that, a pickle mukbang. And it was her idea, it was Jordan's idea, and he's now kicking her out because she declined to do an OnlyFans video with him. So his answer to why was, "To be honest, I thought it would just be fun to film and see where things go, but I got it." So he gets real sad and pitiful, like, "No, I get it. I just thought it'd be fun, but clearly it won't be fun. I'm gonna do it with someone else then, how about that?" So he goes real Neanderthal mode here. "My wiener no get wet, we no eat pickle together on podcast. Goodbye. How dare you not do OnlyFans video with Bintellect?" So then he says he's doing it with someone else. So Jordan, of course, gets really weirded out by this exchange. She posts it on Twitter, and then Bintellect himself, the man, the myth, the legend, reaches out in DMs to threaten to sue her if she doesn't take down the post. She even did a video proving that the DM is real from the real Bintellect account, just to 100% silence any possible doubt. Also, her response to it is great. She said, "I will just be waiting to hear from your lawyers then," which is hardcore. Obviously, Ben's not going to sue her. I don't think he's ever actually gone through with a lawsuit. He uses it to try and bully people to do what he wants. To do what he wants them to do, rather. So, I don't think any lawsuit was ever coming. This was just a last-ditch Hail Mary from a desperate, lonely guy to try and get rid of the evidence of him being a creep. So, that was the whole interaction between Bintellect and Jordan, but after this tweet started popping off, well, the series of tweets started popping off, she then started getting DMs with more screenshots and more evidence of Bintellect doing this to tons of different women. This comes from someone else who had a very similar experience to Jordan. So Ben opens with, "Do you work tomorrow?" They say, "Crazy busy day, but I don't work." And then Ben goes, "Let's make some content tomorrow." Not like that, but just film a podcast. So he immediately alludes to like, "Oh, not OnlyFans that type content. I'm talking about just a wholesome podcast, you know, one the whole family can enjoy." Doesn't get an immediate response, so he goes, "What do you think?" He then waits about 2 hours more and he goes, "You're killing me, gorgeous." So fucking embarrassing, Jesus Christ, that's so fucking awful to read. Yucky. And then he gives her about 3 more hours and then he goes, you know what, I've been thinking about this OnlyFans thing, and I think I could make us a lot of money, straight up. And then she finally does reply saying that she's just been busy taking a mental health day. So he can't even go more than like 3 messages without bringing up OnlyFans. It seems like the only thing on this guy's mind is sex, and how he's never getting it, I guess, but is very desperate too, and will do it by any means necessary to try and achieve coitus. From everything I can tell, Bintellect has never done any kind of OnlyFans content on his own, or like any type of explicit content. He's just a professional TikTok giggler. All he does is giggle at Twitter messages or comments, and that's it. So, clearly he's not wanting to dip his toes into OnlyFans for the sake of becoming like an OnlyFans creator. He just wants to have sex with these women. And he's using his podcast as a vessel to try and do that, it seems. After she told him about the mental health day she was taking, he responds with, "Hey, thank you." And then the following day, at 6:52 a.m., so this guy must have been up all night masturbating, because it seems like that's the only thing on this dude's mind, he sends her a message saying, "Do you want to come over tomorrow night? Actually, are you down to come over tonight? Or are you just a flake?" Doesn't even give her time to respond, just immediately gets combative. He immediately just goes into fucking ballistic bin mode. "So you coming over tonight, or are you just a flake? Huh? Are you just a fucking succubus? Huh? Is that it? Huh? So you coming over tonight?" And then he waits only like an hour and 40 after that, and then he's like, "You know what? Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, sorry, babe, but you're just too much of a flake. Bye." So then obviously she's like alarmed, like what the fuck is going on? So she says, "You know, if you wouldn't have texted me so rudely calling me a flake after one day of not texting you, you might have stood a chance. I can see why you're single now. Goodbye." Which really just sends Ben off the rails. "Yeah, whatever, go fuck yourself," says the girl who's trying to make an OnlyFans. Good luck. Brother, all you talk about is trying to do OnlyFans content with them. It seems like you're trying desperately to get into OnlyFans but keep getting rejected and can't handle it. So how can you have the gall to try and shame them for it when you are desperately trying to do it yourself? Here's a wacky little Snapchat one. "You want to come over here and spend some time with me? Because on a side note, I do think I could probably make us some money on OnlyFans. Bintellect fucks crazy into oblivion." That's redacted right there, like a CIA document. I really wonder what he said. I think it's Bintellect fucks crazy pussy into oblivion or something. But I'm just going off of what I can see poking out from underneath the redaction. I think that's what it is. But this is so goofy. He's speaking about himself in the third person in this one. And then he even tries bribery. "If you come over, I'll give you $1,000. I just really want you." And they respond, "I'm good right now. Don't try to bribe me with money. That's weird." And then he's like, "No, that is weird, but I want to see you." This one's a lot more vintage Ben, so this was a different kind of relationship these two had as opposed to just the podcast OnlyFans hustle he keeps trying to run. So they start by saying, "I guess it's just not meant to be." Ben says, "Facts, no hard feelings, but yeah, it ain't working." Then they part ways, or so it would seem. Ben has a couple of parting words here. He says, "For your future self, if you're going to turn around on a guy and say, 'Hey, I'm not down for friends with benefits shit,' just say that before you go through all the bullshit. Boring as fuck. Not my problem that you turned around and quit drinking because you're an alcoholic and now pass out at 8 p.m. Fucking peace out, bitch." So Ben really, he went crazy. Ben lost it. This man, he was punching pillows, sending these texts with tears in his eyes, and he got real nasty. They respond to it saying that they're far from an alcoholic, and then Ben just keeps going crazier, saying, "No, you're an alcoholic, and you're full of shit." And then he's like, "Anyway, I'm done. I just had to say that because you're full of shit." They respond saying that they weren't interested in being with Ben, and he should have taken the hint a while ago, but then Ben he goes absolutely berserk again. She says that she's wasting people's time and that she needs to just shut up and go to bed. And then she says, "It sounds like you need some anger management help," which is a very fair assessment. I think he desperately needs some assistance with this anger management. And then Ben tries to flip this shit around like, "How dare you? Are you kidding me?" So he goes, "Be careful who you say that to, Maria, because there are people who really need help with that." So Ben lets out a gasp. That's super disrespectful to say that to somebody, and also a very basic-ass bitch thing to say. Benjamin, it's a very fair thing to say here. It's not disrespectful. You legitimately need some help. Like, it very much seems like you do. So then he goes, "You know, there's a reason you've been single for this many years, and it's because no one wants you. and no one cares about you. You're full of shit. Basic, boring loser. He just goes on and even has this little monologue here that ends with him saying, God help any guy that you gets involved with that loose pussy because you're just lame. Mic drop ho. This guy just typed out mic drop ho. He just typed that out. He's over 30 years old. I think he's like 34 years old or something like that. I already forgot. This is a 30-something year old man, and he just typed out mic drop ho. To which she responds, I'm sure your TikTok fans will love the way you talk to women when I post these screenshots. And then he's like, you know what? Good luck. I stand by every single word that I just said to you. So, did he stand by every single word that he said? Let's look at his initial apology, which he deleted pretty shortly after posting it, and then also hit replies on. Let's look at his first apology. I've recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust at these accusations. I'm a firm believer in the rights and equality of all humans, including women. If that's not the biggest red flag immediately, I don't know what else is. I stand by the rights for all humans, and that does include women, those creatures. I am including them in that statement because that's the kind of angel I am. It makes it sound like he's drawing a distinction between women and every other human on the planet, like they're a totally separate species that aren't included in humanity. What an absolute incomprehensible weirdo. I grew up in a home with 3 sisters and no brothers, so I learned very early on the importance, power, love, and abilities women have. They deserve to be cherished and uplifted and treated with respect, and that's how I live my life. I do not condone the statements or accusations that have suddenly been hoisted upon me, and I hope to speak to anyone who feels they have been wronged. He's actually going with the, I have sisters. I can't hate women. I have sisters. No, I have 3 sisters. You guys don't understand. I could never do this to women. Like, you're misunderstanding. These are all baseless accusations. I have 3 sisters. I legitimately cannot be mean to women. And not only do I have 3 sisters, but my mother is also a woman. So you should see how ridiculous these claims are now, knowing this context with my 3 sisters and mother. So that should hopefully clear up all of the air here with these accusations. Like I mentioned, he did delete this apology post, but today he did release a new apology on TikTok. He released an apology video. Let's take a peek at that. Also, Ben, I know you're still watching. You probably plan on suing me if I show your apology video because you've employed this tactic before against other YouTubers. If they've shown clips of your content to make fun of you, you allege that it's stealing your work and you have a legal ground to take it down and come after them. You don't. That's not how that works. Me showing this is not any kind of violation in any way, shape, or form. So if you do try and sue me or copyright claim this video, copyright strike the video, anything like that, I will 100% respond with every single option at my disposal in order to follow this legal case through to its fullest conclusion. So let's check out your apology, brother.
Hey guys, there's a lot being said about me on the internet right now, and I just wanted to clear the air. The first thing I want to say is I'm sorry to anyone that I've made feel uncomfortable.
I love how nonchalant he is about this whole thing, just trying to downplay the situation. Like, if I made any of you feel a bit icky, a little uncomfy, I'm super sorry. That wasn't my intention. You must have misunderstood. It's not what I'm about. When in reality, he would snap, get aggressive, hostile, combative, anytime he was denied sex.
I want to say to any girl who I've been rude to, whether through text or in person, that I'm sorry. I understand that me being sorry does not excuse that kind of behavior. I will continue to work on myself and do better. Thanks, guys.
Behold, the first AI ChatGPT written apology. This just ticked every basic box. There's really nothing of value here at all. Just like the quickest, weakest apology, and he's just gonna go forward doing his little, look at this tweet. Like nothing ever happened. So, that's kind of where everything's at. Dog shit apology, dog shit situation. This guy is a big old loser. So, let's use this as a learning opportunity for anyone watching. Don't be like Jim Delang. That's really about it. See ya. It's not often I like to spend a lot of time and play around in the pig pen when it comes to internet beef. I usually like to put that beef on a taco and just eat it one time, and I don't think there's any reason to go back for seconds. Typically, the cycle of life works. I'll make a video on something or someone, make jokes about it, talk about it, and then that person will respond with their own jokes, saying their own piece, and that's that. That's proper internet drama etiquette. That's just a beautiful thing, the way the Lord intended. I don't usually like to go back and respond to their response. It just seems highly unnecessary and feels more like milking a situation than actually like making it entertaining or just generally talking about something. Of course I have done it in the past a few times where it really feels like it's an important situation and one that I really do need to respond to again, or if it's just a highly wild one and I just have that little devil on my shoulder that I can't persuade otherwise and it forces me to make yet another video about something silly. But usually I steer clear of it, and today's one of those special cases where I am going to be responding to someone's response. 2 days ago now, I made a video on a self-proclaimed super wealthy guru who was talking about how he could take your girl because he has so much money, and if you make less than 10k a month, you shouldn't go to the gym, you're a fucking idiot if you go to the gym. It was just really embarrassing stuff, and I was just pointing out how silly and stupid all of it was, just making fun of him, and he didn't take too kindly to it, so he put on his extra small big boy pants and said, "Alright, bub, so you want to tussle with a lack of muscle? I'll challenge you to a fight." So he made a fight declaration to me to, like, box me. And this is the main reason I'm talking about this goober again. When you challenge someone to a fight because they made jokes about you, I feel like you lose on the spot because all you're showing is that the jokes hurt your feelings. They got under your skin. So now you're coping with this defense mechanism of, I'll beat you in a fight because of what you said. And I feel like that's just the ultimate fucking L. Now, let's walk through this hypothetical. Let's say I took up the malnourished Martian on his fight offer, and he beats my ass. He brutalizes me somehow. He takes his McLaren out, and he's like, "Get a load of this, tough guy," and he starts wailing on me. What does that change about everything I've said about him? It's all still the truth. All the jokes are still applicable. It's just never fully computed with me, because it always comes across as even whinier and more pathetic, at least in my eyes. And I'm sure the reason he's doing it is just for the sake of soaking up as much attention as possible. He makes it very clear in the beginning of the video that he's doing all of this for views, so I have no doubt that's the play. But what if I was to accept his offer? I feel like that would be his legitimate worst nightmare, because I am 100% sure he's never thrown a punch in his life, not even in his dreams, because his bones would shatter. And let's not forget, I do keep that big iron on me. And these pythons, they don't play nice. But being in great shape doesn't correlate to being a great fighter. So who knows, maybe this guy absolutely could slap me around in a physical fight. But we won't find out because I don't plan on accepting the offer regardless.
It was by this guy Penguins, whatever his name is.
Brother, you have the video up on the screen. What do you mean Penguins, whatever his name is? You could have just opened your eyes. Are you too wealthy to just read? Can you read? It's Penguin Z0.
He was talking a bunch of crap about my video, so we're going to respond. This is my reaction. We're not going to get heated in this. I'm not really massively triggered. I just want to take advantage of the views, so we're going to get right into this.
Immediately, this little weasel's already lying. I wasn't talking crap about his videos. I was talking shit about his videos.
Yeah, I don't only own a McLaren. I used to have a 570S that was white. You followed me for a while, you know this. Convertible drop top. Okay, I had that car, sold it. Got a yellow Maserati, then got bored, and I was like, I gotta get another McLaren. So I have a McLaren, a Maserati Diablo. It's a 1 of 5, by the way. It costs way more than this entire fucking YouTube channel ad revenue on a monthly basis. And then...
Yeah, he's really putting that egg on my face right now. I look real silly. This guy means business. He's got a lot of expensive cars. Holy shit. And he sets the record straight. The McLaren isn't rented. He showed the keys. And then even mentioned that he puts his Instagram sticker on the back. So that's, I'd prefer if he just rented it. You put your fucking Instagram handle as a sticker on the back of your McLaren, it's already worthless now. You've ruined it.
I literally post this thing all around. I have my Instagram sticker on the back. People have seen the videos all over. You can't rent that
Life support activated. Life support has been replenished. The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. to get out of there. Saturation is nearing critical mass. After that point, no amount of life support will save you. Life support activated. Another life support capsule is now available. Life support has been replenished. Hold out as long as you can. Support capsule. Life support has arrived. They could not do this without you. The spores have almost completely saturated the atmosphere. You need to get out of there. The spores have almost completely saturated the atmosphere. You need to get out of there. Life support activated. Life support has been replenished. Another life support capsule is now available. fight, the more successful you will be. this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. After that point, no amount of life support will save you. Life support has been replenished. what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you. Another job well executed.
Operator, the sentients are not laughing at my jokes. Did they adapt to my humor? Ready for action.
Have you survived arbitration? Honors await you. These honors were well earned, Tenno.
drop it. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic. The Orokin Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support. This would be an excellent place to deploy it. Are scanning for targets. The Sentry has detected you. Fighters incoming. stations must not be allowed to football on board. Life support service. Destroy them.
Combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a well. We're near a fissure. Corrupted foes are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic. The Orokin Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support. If you have an necromech, this would be an excellent place to deploy it. Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open. Oculus are scanning for targets. Recipient is on to you. Look out for troopers. The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. But if you need to leave, extraction is ready. Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I feel we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy the devastating enemies. scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming. And Corvus came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion. They are trespassers, sir. You are not. These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Let us support these at risk. Destroy them.
Was greater. This is good.
You're fast, Tenno, but are you nimble enough to capture each one of these mobile control points? You're fast, Tenno, but are you nimble enough to capture each one of these mobile control points? This test is now complete.
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I will your victory.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactive to open relics. The Oregon Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support. Corrupted foes are dropping reactive. Use it to crack open the relic. You are going to need more reactive. You want to open that relic. This would be an excellent place to deploy it. Are scanning for targets. The sentient has detected you. Virus incoming. leave. Extraction is ready. These manifestations must not be allowed to foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them. Sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient is on to you. Look out for troopers.
Don't worry, I'll take very good care of Luna. I have just the spine you can for her.
The Queen has sorrowed warfares before. Vor sought to present them with yours. You cannot let the worm have Luna. Tenno, the Void has summoned a new presence and credits her life support. Destroy these manifestations. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. white signatures, but outside the gold pit. They are draining your life support, and fast, eliminating quickly.
They fought well. Good dance, all.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this criticism? Good items ready to claim, operator.